Okay, hello everybody. It's Wednesday. And you know what that means? Just like every single other Wednesday except for the ones where I don't do it, it's Deck Tech Day, but we have a mission. Today we're both going to take a look at some of the Strixhaven spoilers and see what we might be using these for and what fun things that we can do. And also, we're going to be checking some CEDH deck lists for playing on the show, because in the coming months, you may see an influx of more CEDH games and some guests that might specialize in that sort of thing. But yeah, I want to look at these new cards first. Prepping for a CEDH episode, not even just one episode, multiple episodes. I think it's already been mentioned that we have one in the tank that was a really cool pod. That was already recorded and probably will be dropping sometime soon. But we also have some guests that are coming in that we'll be recording a bunch of games with. Okay. First of all, I know everybody is like, whoa, all of these spoilers, super crazy, super crazy, all incredibly broken. I've even put out a short that kind of leans into that, but here on the stream, I can be a little more straightforward with you all. I think a lot of these are worse than you think. I think there are a lot of hype. Like all of the prepared creatures, I think are bad. I think there are very few of these that you can actually that are actually like good for Commander. Probably a bunch of them will be playable in other formats, but like this one is one of the more playable ones, in my opinion, because it enters prepared, which is important for a lot of these. This is actually the thing that I think kills most of these cards, is if you have to meet a certain requirement to prepare it, and that preparation doesn't happen immediately. A lot of them, like at the end of your turn, if you've done a thing, then it becomes prepared. Well, that gives your opponent so many opportunities to shoot that thing dead. Like look at this guy. Infinite reanimates? That's gotta be broken, right? No. You have to wait till your upkeep for this thing to become prepared. You have to wait a full turn rotation for this thing to become repaired. There's so many opportunities. Your opponents can just kill the thing. Your opponents can remove stuff from your graveyard. You know, or they can just be ready with something to counter the reanimate or something like that. That's so much time. That's so much time. Like, this will be very cool for like casual stuff, like very casual stuff. Yeah, like that would be the one that like that changes everything, right? Is if they print something that makes it very easy to prepare stuff immediately. But if I were just assessing these on their face, I don't think they're good. I guess Scryfall has not quite gotten up to date on the other ones that have been spoiled today. Can I sort these? No, this site does not sort. Because like some of the spells that these can cast are ridiculous, but Waypoint. Waypoint is a land. Where is Waypoint? Here we go. Sky Coach Waypoint. It's funny because I do have to like I've seen a lot of these cards. I have to pretend like I don't know that these exist until I can confirm that they've been spoiled. Yeah. Oh, all right. So yeah, I did know that this was a card. I don't think this is good. Because this is like defeats the point. Right? So this is 3 mana and tapping a land. So 4, you're blowing 4 mana to prep what? Your reanimate? That's not good. And like some of these are maybe a little bit more reasonable to do that for, right? So where are some of the other ones? Because we have, it looks like 1 in each of the precons, at least. Yeah, unless you're playing cards with tough prep conditions, blinking. Yeah, but that's the thing is like there are not, it doesn't appear like there's a lot of cards that just enter prepared. So I'm looking at it this way. The card is pretty good if you can already play if you're happy to play the creature and then the prepared spell is upside. Like this thing. Dirger Focus Mage. This is fine. It's a 1/4 spell reducer. That's playable. And then sometimes it will cast a Brain Geyser. Like, that's fine. It's not broken, though. Have I seen who's on the Ancestral Recall Creatures textless print? No, I saw that this existed, but I have not looked at who's on it. Why do I know this? Who is this? Let's see if the tagger, if the tagger will tell me. Oh! Oh, yeah. That's, yup. That's kind of sick. Yeah. Yeah. That's awesome. Bye, Mark Poole. That's very cool. But yeah, that's my general opinion for the prepared creatures. Like, Emeritus of Ideation is going to be a lot better, I think, in, like, I don't know. Because you at least get an instant, it enters prepared, and it's a 5/5 flying with Ward 2. Playable. I like these kinds where it's like here's a 2/2 flyer for 2. Reasonable. And it also enters prepared, and then it gives you a pretty normal spell. But of course, that's way less exciting. That's way less exciting than like getting to cast Channel. Like, look at this thing. That's Channel on a card. But like, it's an end step trigger for a sorcery, so you're not casting that Channel until next turn. And then you need a creature with power 7 or greater. This would be one that you could actually get away with using that Wayfinder land or whatever on, because I'm still fine to pay 6 mana for Channel. Granted, that's really 9 mana for Channel, but yeah, I think these cards are really, really cool and not that great. On the other hand, what the absolute hell is this? What is this? I understand that there was a power vacuum put in place when Dockside was banned, but holy crap. This is everything viable. Like, for sure, standard viable. Absolutely. Like, it's on rate. It has a little evasion. It gets bigger, and it pays for a lot of the spells you'd probably be casting. Not standard legal. This is standard legal. This is in the regular set. This is main set. Yeah, the little owl symbol is main set, and then the shield with the lines is the commander one. Yeah, this thing is crazy. So like even if you play it as fairly as possible, you're just like, cool, I'm gonna put it on the board. I'm gonna cast the spells I would have cast anyway. So like it's kind of like a spell reducer if you're casting spells already that also grows itself. Like it. And if you follow me on Blue Sky, I already pointed this out. I think it's Searing Touch is the card. Yeah, here we go. It just goes infinite with this. It's a 2-card infinite, win the game. Because these new cards, the Opus ability cares how much mana you spent, not what the actual mana value of the card is. So while Searing Touch is a mana value of 1, if you pay the buyback cost, you've paid 5 mana. So it triggers Opus. So you just play this over and over and over until everybody's dead. Yep. So this is a card that I'm considering, like, what do you do with this in high power or CEDH commander? You don't want red to be better? Look, I've been working on a video saying that red was already good. People are just playing it wrong. But, I mean, I'll take it. I'll take it. Because I think you could have 2 approaches to this for a high power. One, you just use it simply as a combo piece. That's it. Or your deck needs to be attempting to cast spells paying 5 or more mana somewhat consistently, and you just use it for value. Or like, you use it for the mana that it produces. And I don't know what deck wants to do that. Like, I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but you need a deck that is trying to spend honest mana on spells. So, like, even though this thing is really, really powerful, I also don't think this becomes like a staple or anything. I think it's more niche than you'd expect. Let's see. All right, what do you think I'm gonna say about this card? I gotta. This one. Whoo. This one makes me very happy for a certain commander. Yup. Yeah, Helios. I don't know if I've ever seen a more Danny Pink card in my life. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, Danny Pink is eating good both in this set and Turtles that just came out. I think there was one other card in this set that was really good for Danny Pink, although I don't remember. I don't know if it's been spoiled yet or not. Yeah, maybe not. But yeah, this that guy, Pencil Professor. Like, this effect is just very good. Like, Fathom Age has got a billion combos with it. This says you don't have to run green now, which, like, you probably were anyway to capitalize on this effect, but you could run this in like blue white. But yeah, what is yeah, here you go. Like, this and a million other things. When you draw a card, put a counter on a creature, and then you put it on here and you draw a card. Cool. You draw your entire deck, you have infinitely big creature. Oh yeah, the Legenday Lila. Oh, Rob the Princess. Yeah, no, I could tell that for sure. Also this I'm making an early prediction that this is the most, like, this is the best card in the set. I think that this is playable in almost every format. And it will cost $1 billion. The card is gonna tell you the most unlimited. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's just like, what? We have Spell Slinging Hedron Crab. So, like, you know, it's a Underworld Breach enabler. You know, it gives you a legitimate, like, mill option as a win con for like 60 card decks. You know, it's incredible for self mill. Like, I just yeah, Lorehold is doing the graveyard stuff again, which is cool. But, like, oh my god, this is absurd. Like, I wonder if like the Arclight Phoenix decks run this. Or, you know, like, I don't know. There's that's my super early prediction, is that this is the card that sees the most play in the entire set. This also seems really, really busted. I think this one is legitimately busted. So one or more counters are put on Bertha, add 1 mana of any color. Like, I haven't even looked for the combos for this yet. But Hi Schultz, Milton off an archive trap. Yeah, see, there you go, there you go. It now it's in you can play it in an actual 60 card mill. Yeah, I need to look more into this card, but I think that this just goes kind of crazy. I just put together a short for this, which will be coming out later this week. I talk about a lot, but I think the most telling thing for this card is what turn you can consistently play it on. And I talk about this in the short, but that turn is 3. You can play this consistently on turn 3 with no fast mana, just cards that were already in every single green deck. Hello, dog boy. You can play this, yeah. You can play this on turn 3. And then if your opponents remove it, it still has affinity for creatures. So you can play it again on the next turn. Like, and then if it sticks with any amount of mana, then the game is over. 5-color Dragon Spellslinger. Yeah, right. Well, with all of the Strixhaven Elder Dragons. God. Oh, definitely Tiamat. Definitely Tiamat. Because, like, it's just so perfect. It's like, oh, here, grab all of the dragons. Silver Quill is also really scary. 4 mana for this effect is... Oh yeah, one of the 5-color nibs. Yeah, because they're all 2 colors exactly, to grab those. Let me see. Is there anything else that I was like... That's these spoilers. Was there anything from today that I wanted to talk about? Oh, I'm really interested in this. So this is the secondary commander for the Lorehold deck. 4 mana, 3/3 flying haste. When it attacks, return up to 1 target artifact, creature, or non-aura enchantment card from mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter, and it is a 1/1 spirit. Yeah, you can. I mean, but if the whole point is that we want to cast all of the dragons, you might as well reduce their cost. Yeah, this thing I think is much stronger than it appears. I just have not. I have not gone through the thought experiment yet of what it could do. But the fact that it is repeatable, but you're like pretty likely to at least get the one out of it, and then turning like artifacts or enchantments into creatures permanently opens up a lot of weird things that you can do with them. It does make them more interactable, but I don't know. I think this is going to be a real that's the deck I'm going to build for sure. Yeah, the set's super crazy. This card I think is also absurd. When one or more cards leave your graveyard, put a counter on this creature, and then it can become a copy of an artifact or creature that was something that left your graveyard. I'm sorry. What? So I can just exile a thing out of my graveyard. Whatever, giant thing that I've been with like a faithless looting or something, and this can just be whatever. Like what are our targets here? You know, because it also like dodges ETBs, so you can like, I don't know. Like this is just any giant artifact, any giant creature, as long as you can exile from your graveyard, which costs nothing. It's on the board for 3. Like what's an egregious, just big honking creature or artifact that you're likely to be running in something like this? Hey, dog boy, is that? Could it be? Hoo. Awesome. We have a deck tech for today. You know the drill. This in Beamtown Bullies? That's very funny because if you Beamtown Bullies a leveler or something, then it doesn't ETB for you. So you get a 10/10 and your opponent dies. Yeah. Ooh, all right, let's see what Dogboy's got. Rakdos Vivi? What does that mean? What does that mean? Hey, red shirt. No, after this deck tech, we are going to be talking about which CEDH decks will be appearing on Decked Out. Getting some input from you all on what you want to see. Okay. So Dogboy, talk to me about this. It looks like we have a Rule 0 VV deck. Yeah, Rule 0 Rakdos VV. Okay. Like I'm very here for this because like it's not a thing that would have been in my brain. So hi, nerd girl. Okay. So let's take a look at this abomination, and then Dogboy, you're gonna have to tell me what our goal is here. So we have VV no blue, which surely will be a fair way to approach the deck. So we have the regular VV card. We can pay 0 and add mana of interesting. Also, Dogboy, are you adding errata to make this black and red mana, or is it still blue and red mana? Black and red. Okay, yeah. So we're replacing the blue pips with black pips. So you can add black and red equal to VV's power, and then casting non-creatures puts a counter on and deals damage to everybody. We're only running 13 creatures, which seems correct for this. Hey, okay, y'all, we're off to a good start here. I think Vindictive Flamestoker is very underrated. This card is one that I have listed in my upcoming, like, here's how you all are playing red wrong. Because it is a 1-drop that, even though it looks scary, 7 mana to discard my hand and draw 4 cards. Over the course of a normal game, even if you're not spell slinging, you get this down to a cost that you are happy to pay to draw 4 cards. Asherman from the Wheel of Time. That is a thing that I assume is cool, but I don't know anything about Wheel of Time, and I don't know anything about Final Fantasy, but I imagine if I knew about both of those, I would be like, whoa, that's sick. Okay. Yeah, I think this card is great. Cool. Harmonic Prodigy. Yeah. So, like, a lot of this stuff you could reasonably run in a VV deck anyway. So I want to focus on what black cards we unlock with this Rule 0. We get Destined Black Mage, Flavor, Win. When you cast a non-creature, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. If you have a full party, it deals 3 to each opponent instead. I assume we are just not capable of forming a full party in this deck, which is fine, because this card still totally works. But with Wizards, we got Wizards. We got Wizards. We don't worry about it. Black Waltz number 3. Card's messed up. This card is real good. Card is something I messed around with in CEDH, and hey, maybe it's one that we build for the show. I would be down to bring this back. I feel like this is a deck that Nerd Girl would beat us with. We know that Go-Go is busted. Okay, right. Oh, we get Kuja. Also very, very fun with this because we're making a bunch of the pinging wizard tokens, but it should be really quick. It's a 9 bad guy. Could be the 3v1. It's both of these, right? Black Waltz and Kuja. I only know that because I've heard you say it. But I thought Black Waltz was the commander. Yeah. No, but I was saying that that Black Waltz number 3 is actually, you could build a reasonable CEDH deck out of this, and I don't think you could do that with Kuja. But yeah, we get Fandaniel, cast an instant or sorcery, surveil 1. End step, each opponent can sacrifice a non-token creature, and they lose 2 for each instant sorcery. Ooh, now we're talking. This is the kind of thing that you want to see if you're rule zeroing black into the deck. Because this gives you like such late game power, and since we're red and black as opposed to blue and red, you probably have a lot better ways to clear the board of creatures. What's the elevator pitch of Black Waltz CEDH? That because of the way the meta is right now, players just they don't have solutions for life total go to 0. It's one of the reasons my Sephiroth deck is functioning, is because its only win con is make life totals go to 0, and players are like, I don't know what to do against that. Which is wild. But it's mainly that this is 2 damage per spell is a ton of damage. And that means every free mana rock you play is 2 damage. Every piece of interaction that you play is 2 damage. So you can just continue to disrupt and ramp, and that is your win con. You don't have to play any sort of combo. You don't have to play a big flashy turn, but you could, because also if you storm off, this will still kill everybody. So that's the elevator pitch. Obviously, the downside is this offers no mana advantage and no card advantage in the command zone. Okay, let's see what else we've got that we're adding black for. Because, you know, we still got plenty of the red spells that we could see. Shred of Sanity. What is this? Return up to 1 target instant and up to 1 sorcery, and then discard. Cool. Makes sense. Yeah, Reanimate. I assume this is just here because it's a good card. I guess we have a lot of ways to put things into the graveyard, but we're just not running a lot of creatures, and not many of these we need to be reanimating, but, you know, it's one of the best sorceries printed ever, so. It just control with a bunch of free and cheap spells while burning. Yeah. The draw struggle is in fact rough. That was I did try to build this for like a half second, and that was the biggest struggle with it. You of course can just wheel, but it's tricky getting a good balance. Feed the Swarm, right? We are in Rakdos, and enchantments are our greatest enemy. Night's Whisper. I wonder if there are better options than Night's Whisper here. All the cards that make the wizard pingers? Yes. Hello, Weasel King. Cornered by Black Mages. Oh yeah, Read the Bones. So like, these are the ones that I'm curious about. Night's Whisper, Read the Bones. Let's see if we have more. Circle of Power, but this is probably mostly here because it makes the wizard. Ill-gotten gains. Interesting. Each player discards their hand and then returns up to 3 cards from the graveyard to their hand. Cyanide blood is better because you can kill with it. I disagree. I think it's funnier because you can kill somebody with it, but I think an extra colored pip is very is a huge nerf to the card. Colorless mana is so easy to come by. Actual red and black pips, much harder. Let's see. Cool. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, we get rituals here. We get even more rituals. I would want to see how many rituals would I want in a deck like this? Because, you know, these are the best colors for this type of effect. They're really the only colors for this type of effect. But we only have a dark ritual here. We don't have like Rite of Flame. We don't have Cabal Ritual. Are we on Seething Song? We are on Seething Song. We don't have Pyretic Ritual, Desperate Ritual. But that's probably right, considering our commander makes mana. Like, Vivi certainly likes rituals, but the card draw is probably more important. We get a Malakir Rebirth, Deadly Dispute. What are we sacking to this? I guess Wizard tokens? So I don't think we want to sacrifice any of these, and they're not making anything other than Wizard's tokens, so we're probably sacking Wizard's tokens. Okay, I see a couple like Treasure Makers. Cool. A lot of these types of spells, because losing blue means it's a lot harder for us to interact, but these all serve as copying somebody's counterspell or redirecting a thing away from Vivi. Vivi's persistence. No artifacts. We haven't gotten there yet, but already looking at these numbers, we cannot be running that many. The slots just aren't there. Saw in half. What are we sawing in half? Harmonic Prodigy is kind of gross. It's the saw in half is like an interesting pick here, because I think some of the things that you could hit with it are really strong, but the number of targets that we actually have in the deck total 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, this infinites with Dualcaster Mage. That's that's what it is. That's what it is. But yeah, the number of targets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everything else is legendary. So yeah, you can saw the wizards in half. Tempt with Mayhem, the dream. The dream. Transpose. This card is also a card that I feel like is criminally underrated. Look at what it does. For 3 mana, you draw and discard. You lose a life, okay. You make a wizard. And then next turn, it does, again, a draw and a discard. And triggers the wizard that you made. I think that's very good. I think it's very good, because obviously you're playing this in a spell slingery deck. So for 3 mana, you get 2 spells and a payoff and you get to loot 2 cards at instant speed. I think so many more decks should be playing this card that are not. Yeah, Withering Torment, more options against enchantments. The thing I've been looking at now is what decks do I have that are running Withering Torment, that are running Feed the Swarm, that maybe want Shredder's Technique. Oh, right. Search again without legality restrictions, please. Shredder's Technique. Destroy creature or an enchantment with Sneak. This one probably does not want it. This probably does not want it. We don't have a lot of creatures that we're sending into combat. But it is a thing that I need to assess now for every deck where I'm playing those cards. Okay. Now we have 6 artifacts. Gotta have a Black Mage's Rod in there. You return Dualcaster play again. That's true. But it means you need to swing Dualcaster at somebody and have them not block it. Jet Medallion, Ruby Medallion. That's funny. I would not run this Jet Medallion. Would not run the Jet Medallion. Ruby Medallion? Absolutely. Jet Medallion? No. And then we got some Swifties. Swifties, but no Greaves. No Greaves. I will say also, because the haste I don't think is important for anything. I would also cut this. Because look at your spells. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have 6 redirects right there. But that's like certainly a playstyle thing. I've just been cutting Boots and Greaves from pretty much everything for more cool cards, unless like I need things that only those cards could do. Let's see. A Black Market Connections. This doesn't make wizards, but what are you here for? The Collective Inferno is very funny. The Collective Inferno is very funny. Naming wizard, that's great. You're probably playing this for like next to no mana because of the wizard tokens you're making. All right, I'm loving this this deck. Okay, so Dogboy, talk to me. What do you want to do here? So it feels like we're definitely leaning into the 01 wizard token theme. Clean it up, optimize cards for the theme. Okay. What are we keeping this in bracket 3? We have 1 game changer. And yeah, keep it in 3. Okay. All right. I'm gonna first. I'm gonna trim out a couple cards. Gleeful Arsonist is fine, but I have not had a lot of success with this card. And aside from it being a wizard, I don't think that it synergizes that much with the deck. Unless, of course, you're like, have some alter plan for this. I don't think you need it. And that slot could be another non-creature that triggers all of our other stuff. I think everything else here is pretty sick. Okay, yeah, we cut the medallion there. What were you? Cool. Yeah, my instinct is there are definitely cards that are better than Read the Bones and Night's Whisper for this card draw thing, and you probably want more card draw in general. Also, Winds of Change is a trap. It feels like it's a wheel, but it's not really. This puts you down a card because you've spent the Winds of Change card itself. Just kind of cycle your hand. I really only like playing this in decks that care about like card draw triggers. I think we can find something a little spicier in that slot. Cool. Okay. Number one, and this is gonna be it sounds super simple, but run all of the mana rocks. Because they not creativity. Right. Can I set this to always search the no restrictions. All right. Because hopefully if we can adjust the card draw angle of this, you will be happy with as much mana as you can get. Down arrow on VV. Wait, you can do that? Wait, what? Change mana cost. Oh, what? Today I learned. That's sick. All right. Yeah. Moxfield is awesome. I had no idea you could do that. All right. Yeah. So we want what? Oh, does it not change the identity? But yeah, you definitely want mana in this. Refresh the page maybe? Yeah, let's see. Yeah, no, it doesn't. But that's okay. All right. Yeah, because all of the rocks trigger VV and your wizard tokens. You want to be casting as many spells as you possibly can, so I think that is actually much more important than it might appear. Um hmm. I think Coruscation Mage, unless you're like sticking to strictly only the wizards, like the actual Final Fantasy wizards, this is like best in class for cast a non-creature spell, deal a damage. But what do we want to do about the drawing? What angle do I think we hmm. Let me give this a little play test. See what happens. Ooh, that's hot. Draw. Go like Blight Crypt Pass. Draw. Oh, yeah, we'll play this Black Cleave Cliffs. Got it, nerd girl. 2, here's a Ruby Medallion. Draw. All right, so now we make it to turn 3 here. We can go Talisman of Indulgence, pay 2 for VV if we wanted to try and run this out naked. Very reasonable. There's also the option to go what, 1 for artist talent, 2 for Talisman of Indulgence, and we discard like a land and draw. Oh. Wow, and then we can cast Vivi's Persistence with the Talisman. And then the next turn, so turn 4 gives us because we can play Vivi for 2. That returns Vivi's Persistence if we pay 2 more. We still have a mana, which is enough to cast Vivi's Persistence, put a counter on Vivi. Woo! We had an artist talent trigger there too. All right. Let's see. Lands there were a little rough. This is also slow. Go to like 6 here. I don't know. What is the ill-gotten gains for? This is an interesting card, but I don't know that I want it. So far, here's our turn 1. All right, well, Soul Ring saves the day. We think we just start with the Rocks Theater. Put that in graveyard. Draw turn 2. Here's a Crypt and a Soul Ring. And and either Bergie or Queen Brawny. I think your safe move is probably this. I think if you go turn 2 Soul Ring Bergie, then your whole table goes, they must go. But if you're just playing Queen Brawny here, then you're probably in better shape. So that makes your turn 3 here. Like swing Queen Brawny. You make a wizard. You play Vivi for 1, 2, 3. You have 1 floating from the Soul Ring and a red. And you probably just play Vivi's Persistence. Make another one of these. Kind of cooks. Okay. This deck would really like wheels, like the real wheels. Obviously, I think most decks are happy with a Wheel of Fortune, but that card is $1 billion. Seems like a deck that would have a lot of fun with Wheel of Misfortune. Because also, since you're pinging the table a whole bunch, you're usually able to guarantee that you are not the lowest player. Because your other players don't want to spend that life. Oh, my boy. Yeah, there was one that has a Wheel of Fortune on it. I just don't think that. Here it is. A Noctamen Lore Spinner. Beginning of your upkeep, if a player has 1 or fewer cards in hand, this creature becomes prepared, and then Wheel of Fortune. This is bad. This card is not good. Terrible card. But it's a wizard. I mean, sure. I would definitely run a Cole against command here. Like this is just a good command. Oh yeah, I didn't touch on this. Right, my guy, long shot. Almost our entire deck minus 14 creatures and 34 lands are non-creature spells, and it is more damage to tack onto our opponents. I know everybody is afraid of Impulse Draw, but Light Up the Stage is an excellent card. And considering we are usually able to guarantee having dealt damage to an opponent, thanks to all of our pingers, this is 1 mana, draw 2 cards. Like, the number of cards in this deck that get locked out, that we're like, we can't play that, are like Surge to Victory. That's it. Mark, hello. Oh, I know it's not the highest power. Wow, if I could spell. But I really like this card here. Black Wheel and Reality Fracture. Good God. Blood-Soaked Insight. You can just count this as a land slot since it's a tap duel in the back. But it costs 1 less for each 1 life your opponents have lost this turn. So you're probably like, that's what, 2 spells, and then it costs 2 mana. And you get spells off your opponent's deck. Yeah. I think I'm not going to go over like game changers or like tutors that you could put in this, because I think you could just jam every single tutor that you could possibly get into this, since they all also trigger all of your wizard stuff. Tutors are overrated. But see, this is where I like them, because they're not just search for good card. They actually are like, hey, this guarantees I get a trigger of my wizards, and I can search for another thing that also triggers my wizards. So like synergy. But like I said, I we don't have to worry about them. They make you shuffle. That is definitely reason enough to not play them. A card that I have been really liking recently is Virtue of Courage. So it is the adventure is 2 mana to deal 2 damage at instant speed. Perfectly fine removal. And it's an instant, so it triggers all of your stuff. Then, when you run out of cards, you play the enchantment. Whenever your source you control deals non-combat damage to an opponent, you may exile that many cards from the top of your library and play those cards. That means with any wizard token on the board, every time you cast a spell, you draw 3 cards. And some games, it's all it is 2 mana, deal 2 damage, and that is fine. But this card does a lot to help to compensate for drawing stuff. Right? Yeah, also the card looks great. Yeah. Like I've been just generally playing some more cards in this style, um, as opposed to like real card draw. Because like I think Read the Bones is just not good here. That's a lot of mana to spend for only 2 cards. And sure, you get to scry 2 first, but this deck doesn't really care what spells it's casting. It just wants to cast them. So like Night's Whisper, more reasonable. But I think I would probably cut that too. Yeah, this Ill-Gotten Gains, I think, is... I just don't think it works here. It's both 2 black pips, and like... I think the opportunities where you're happy with casting that are pretty slim. All right, this Surge to Victory. Exile, I think this also I would probably cut. Let's see. Can't get the deck 50-50 red and black. Was trying to keep some black cards. Oh, don't worry. We will find some black cards that fit this. Surge to Victory, we struggle a little bit with this because this cares about the mana value of the spell that we exile. We just don't have big spells. Like, I just added the Bloodsoak Insight, but aside from, like, Blasphemous Act, this Search Victory is probably, like, giving, like, +4 at best. And it's more... Yeah, you can't... Right, you cast them when you go to combat, like, if you hit players with it. But we are not making that many wizards. And it is sorcery speed, so it is all face up on the table. Your opponents can then, at that point, just choose to block. I think that card does much better when you have bigger targets consistently, and when you're going a little wider than this deck can go. Blood for the Blood God. I forget exactly how this works. For each creature that died. Yeah, but how's our stuff dying? How are we making stuff die? I don't think we have enough for this to work. Make Blackrock the commander so you can search easily. That probably makes sense. I think this is the right Judith. You can also consider this. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, you give the spell Death Touch and Lifelink, or you make an imp that deals 2 damage when it dies. I think that's pretty cool. It also helps with like the base problem of a deck like this, which is your opponents just go, okay, well, I guess every combat we just send all of our stuff at you since the only creatures you have are 0/1s. And this gives them a little bit more. It gives you a little bit more insulation against that. You know what's interesting? For a Rakdos Spellslinger deck, there is not much removal here. There is not a lot of removal here. That is what I would be adding to this deck. Good old Terminate. Totally fine. Very efficient. But this could also be like Infernal Grasp or Bitter Triumph or whatever other destroy a creature spell that you want. You know what? In fact, let me add another one. Bedevil. Bedevil also fine. The best removal is player removal. Yes, but sometimes to remove the player, you also have to remove the things blocking the player. Because like, I'm not saying you have to have a lot, but if you look at if you look at the list right now, the number of things that just go that creature go away are Feed the Swarm, yeah, Shoot the Sheriff is fine. Like those spells can be all kinds of things, but like, yeah, Torment, Chaos Warp, I guess. Yeah, we definitely need a couple spells to just go away. I would run the other big score. Unexpected Windfall. I think these are pretty great for decks that just want to cast spells. You can both use them at the end of an opponent's turn to set yourself up for a big turn. You can just use them to continue digging through your deck. You can use them to color fix. Yeah. Also more MDFCs. Like, I know I will usually just say, hey, put all the MDFCs that you can in a deck, but this one particularly wants them. This one is because like sometimes you just really want that land to be any spell. What else do we? Oh yeah, like Pinnacle Monk. Pulling back a spell. And these are all super easy. You just boop, remove a basic. Boop, remove a basic. What are the other ones? I don't remember if I care about those. Yeah, the other black one is a creature that exiles a graveyard. Sundering Eruption, I think, is not been putting MDFCs. They are getting expensive to put in every deck. Fair enough. I think if you are gonna put them in, this is one that really wants a Fel the Profane and a Pinnacle Monk. Like, so you don't have to run them, but if you have them in another deck, cut them out of the other deck. Yeah, because like you know, my default is you put them in every deck. You just put them in every deck. But this is one where it actually makes a difference more than just like optimization. You just want those cards to be spells when you need spells. Yeah, that one is in here. The Malakir Rebirth. Yeah, that we like. Hmm. Here's another card that has just been ending up in a lot of my decks. Snort. You give everybody an optional wheel, but it deals 5 to each opponent that chooses to wheel, and it flashes back. So this allows you access to a lot of your cards. And sure, it gives your opponent some cards, but 5 damage is a lot when your whole deck is pinging all of your opponents constantly. Oh yeah, KNT. Look, this is one that I recommend everybody at least give a shot in any deck that you think would like it. I really like Snort. It's funny. The card's called Snort. Um, but it's like an interesting effect. It's not symmetrical. Hi Doodles. Yeah. It's a lot of interesting decisions. Your opponents can take the cards, but then they take the damage, and you get 2 shots at it because of flashback. Like, it fixes a lot of problems for some decks. Ooh, what's your land count here? 32 and 37 are MDFCs. Because there's what is it? It's Tectonic something. But I don't think this deck can run it. Tectonic Edge? No, that's a land. Not Reformation. Not the cycle one. Maybe it's also not Tectonic. Nope, it's not Tectonic. What is the card I'm thinking of? I don't know, but it's not that important. It's 1 red mana, discard a land, draw 2. And I think this deck is not running enough lands for it to work, but that is a really, really efficient, like source of card draw. It's not the other side of Bergie. It's literally 1 red mana to do that effect. Magmatic Insight. Thank you. Yeah, I don't think this can run. I don't think this can run it. Yeah, the Scryfall is I love it. It's I think it's very funny. Right? Where did it go? Magmatic Insight. Yeah. Discard a land, draw 2. Like, this card is very good. But there's not enough lands in this deck for that. You know what? Yeah, what What sources of black card draw end up being good for this? Like I just want to get cards. And I want it on an instant or sorcery. Carnival of Souls. God, no. I do love a good Carnival of Souls, but I think we just don't have enough to like lean into this, because like the black mana is a lot less useful to us. I think I'd run just something as simple as like Siphon Mind here, because this is one card, draw 3, and this could be a number of other things too. But I think just the mass of cards is more important here. Fatal Lore. I don't remember what Fatal Lore is. Oh yeah, no. This card is funny though. This is okay, let's see. Does it have, can I see the other? Here we go. All right. So an opponent chooses one. You draw 3 cards, or you destroy up to 2 target creatures that player controls. They can't be regenerated. That player draws up to 3 cards. I made a video on this like a million years ago on this is one of the few cards that exists where your opponent chooses a mode, which is part of casting the spell. So during the process of casting the spell, your opponent can undo your spell because it becomes illegal, which is funny. I'm trying to remember exactly what the scenario was that I had set up, but it was the judge result is that your opponent has to then not cast the spell. It's very funky, but also the card is bad. I'm trying to decide if it's worth running like village rights kind of stuff. I don't know that you make enough creatures for that to be reliable. Hmm. Uh. Ooh. Here's some fun tech for this. I like to have a couple of these spells in my Spellslinger decks. If you do Flame Jab or Raven's Crime, then you can turn every single land that you draw for the rest of the game into a spell for 1 mana. This deck is also probably happy to run like Embrace the Unknown. Time Loop. I Time Loop less so because you go down on cards. Like you go down on cards on these two, but these cost 1. Because if we're just looking for like mass like volume of spells, then adding one of these is pretty great. I think Embrace the Unknown is also, I think, totally what we're looking for here. Okay, let's do a little chopping. Make some cuts here. I think the Black Market Connections is just not good here. Temp with Mayhem is a really cool idea that nobody ever lets you do. Plus, you've got all of these other like more efficient versions. You've got Reverberate, you've got Fork. The Guff is kind of pushing it. It doesn't hit enchantments. Yeah, but it does hit something on every board. Like, oh, I don't know. The other thing is it gives you another cast, right? Because like for each player, choose a non-enchantment, non-land. They shuffle it in, and each player reveals until they hit a non-land card, and then you can cast it for free. So it triggers your wizards again as long as you don't hit a creature. Like, I think I'm fine with that. Let's see. I don't think that there are any. I think this is just overcosted for what we want. The rebound is nice though. We're still 7 cards over. Yeah, maybe the Siphon Mine is too much here. It might be like... Nah. What else do we cut? Oh, this saw in half. I think we need to have more targets for ourselves for this to be effective. It's like, and you rarely want to use it on your opponent's stuff, period. We just don't have enough things that it cares about. Yeah, and I'm pretty low on Will's Reversal. Like, the ceiling is very high, but often you're just facing down like Swords to Plowshares, and you're like, I just need to... This could be anything else. Let me do a little play test. We'll probably be light on lands during the play test, but I just want to see. All right, so we draw... I'm going to pretend like the Soul Ring did not show up because I think that will skew our perception of this. Okay, so this is turn 2. Yeah, I don't know why I kept this hand. Why did I keep this hand? That's not right. We got to remember Black Waltz is a VV. Soul Ring, get out of here. We know that you make the deck work. Livan on turn... I think I would keep this because we can go turn 1, draw, Bloodstain Mire, search for Raucous, Surveil, Archway away, draw. Yeah, there we go. Night's Whisper on turn 2. We'll do this. Night's Whisper, draw 2. Yeah, right? Yeah, it's like, wow, your deck is so good. You got Soul Ring your opening hand again. What happened? How do you keep doing that? What do we need the least in this hand? I think I've been the Geyser here. All right, so then... Turn 3. So how do we set up the biggest VV turn here? We're just like a little short on stuff. I think here I would make a judgment call. I think if we play out VV, then it just gets blown up. So I play Livan. Draw. Looking at this again. Ugh. Yeah, that's unfortunate. So then we play VV, play Carnarium, return this to hand. Hey, Luckman. All right, so this turn, if we can't do a bunch of stuff, then we might have to adjust a little bit more. But if Vivi somehow manages to stay out, then this we should be able to pop off this turn. So we go 1, 2, 3 for a Seething Song. We make 5 mana. We give Vivi +3 and a counter. So it is up to 5. We use, 3 of this for big score. Oops. We pitch this, draw 2, make 2 treasure. Yeah. We got it. We got it. So then what do we cut? I think I love Longshot, but I think we actually remove him from this, because by the time that we get up to these higher amounts of mana, either we don't really want to be casting creatures, or we're recasting Vivi. Fandaniel, I make an exception for it because this functions like as a late game. I'm going to play this now, and everybody has to keep sacking creatures or you die, because I have a bunch of instant sorceries in my graveyard. But I think even like Judith... we're just not worried about those at that point. Yeah, I just don't have confidence that the Deadly Dispute has good things to sack when we want it to. I think the 37 lands has felt good, considering that 5 of them are MDFCs. This red Elemental Blast, it really depends on swap Deadly Dispute for Grave Consequences. No. It's cute. I don't think that's the move. I don't know. Unless this is a meta call where you know you're playing against a blue player every game, I don't like running these kinds of cards. Two cuts. Give this one more test. Extremely hyped for Strixhaven. Yeah, look, there is some heat. We were talking about it earlier. Whew. All right, let's see. We draw here. We play like Pinnacle Monk tapped. Draw here. Play a Tainted Peak that is only colorless for the moment. Into a Rakdos Signet. Draw. There we go. Swamp 3. All the Elder Dragons are, yeah. I really love the design of the Elder Dragons because like they're simple in concept. Every dragon gives your instants and sorceries a thing, but then they all play so drastically differently. They all enable a bunch of different like broken stuff. I really liked what they did with those. All right, so on this turn, I think this deck just wins if this. So let's say on this turn, this is our turn 3. You play Burgi, you play backside of Valakut Awakening, and you pass. If you untap with Burgi on this turn, then you go cool, Swamp. You go 1, 2, 3. Vivi, make a red mana. Play Seething Song. Add a counter here. 5, 6 red mana. Cast Mana Geyser with 5 of it. Let Burgi's ability resolve. Cast Fork, target Mana Geyser. Resolve 2 Mana Geysers. Let's say make like 20 some mana. We also like can play Go-Go and then a Bloodsoak Insight. Cast a bunch of our opponent's spells. If we go draw, here's a land, draw land, talisman, draw. What do we want here? This is probably just do this. Make a wizard. Draw. This is turn 4. Definitely a little weaker. I think you continue to set up. On turn 4, you go like Artist Talent. Pings all around. 2 mana left. Use that like on Demand Answers, end of turn. You discard Inferno. Actually, we probably discard Corner by Blackmage just because I don't want to spend the 2 black on that. Draw 2. Oh, we would have had an Artist Talent trigger. Okay, I would have also pitched this and drawn. All right. So untapping on turn 4. How many game-winning plays have we let through at this point? We're untapping on turn 4. This is a bracket 3 deck. I don't think we need Theater. I think we want Blood Crypt. Oh, there's no Blood Crypt here. Oh, there is a Blood Crypt here. It's just I'm not spelling it right. Okay. So this is untapping on turn 4. What do we got in here? Hmm. 5, 2, 1 left open. Answers. I was so close to popping off this turn, but also like it's not. Maybe you run out the VV here and try and get away with it. The other thing you can do is actually you probably, if we're being realistic, you level up artist talent, because nobody's gonna let this happen with any sort of board existing. You maybe reanimate if you see if there's a reasonable target. 1, 2, 3, and then we have, yeah, okay. So we chill on this turn, and then on turn 5, if we cannot pop off, then there's a problem. But I think we're good here, because you go 1, 2. Right? Are we gonna be able to produce black mana if we need it? I don't know. 3. You play the VV. Retconning VV to be Rakdos. Yes, it's a rule 0. Black Waltz is actually VV. Then we go 1, 2. Seething Song. Add a counter. We have 5 red. We use 3 for Will of the Jeskai. We discard and draw 5. Oh, yeah. And all of our instants and sorceries have flashback. So with the remaining mana, we go Seething Song again. So we have 5. We can play land for turn. Yeah, now we can Dark Ritual twice. 1 Dark Ritual. Then flashback, Dark Ritual. So that is now 5 black, 5 red. Yeah, I think at this point we're like, yeah, we're in good shape. We've got that. We can then go Circle of Power. We can copy Circle of Power. We have Tybalt's Trickery to cover it. This is turn 5. This is turn 5. That's, of course, a turn 5 unimpeded, and there are certainly cards in here that people would want to interact with, but... No, we still had V-Visibility available. I'm going to be real. The Collective Inferno is funny. It's probably one of the cuts you make to the deck if you are actually, like, trying to optimize here. Doubling all of your wizard damage is fine, but I think the wizards themselves just kill people anyway. You don't need to double their damage. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. If you found a bunch more, it'd be great. But yeah, this seems pretty sick. I would cut Go-Go here. I don't think you need Go-Go. We don't have a ton of stuff that is good for its copy ability. Now, obviously, you can just copy Vivi, but it means that you have to put this like kind of face up on the table because you have to go to combat. You have to cast Go-Go before combat. I don't know if there is like a lore reason to keep this, but if there is not, that would be my last cut. Well, bam. Yeah, this is yeah, if it's just a second VV, you don't need the second VV. The first VV is broken enough. Damn. All right. Let's talk CEDH. So we have, like I said, we have some guests coming that we'll be playing CEDH with. They are fairly seasoned, and they will be bringing some decks of their own. But we want to make sure that we have both a selection of decks that people want to see, maybe a little bit of extra spice, and we need to keep in mind the players we are likely to have in the games. By that I mean Nerd Girl. I'm with you, Jarvis. But like I say that because if you like, it's very apparent on the show, Nerd Girl is the best Magic player of us. Like, just straight up. Um but what usually how I am making up for that gap is by knowledge of specifically this format, and CEDH requires a lot of format knowledge. And so decks that have a more straightforward game plan with recognizable tools are also helpful. So like, I think it's a good idea to go, hey, Nerd Girl, here's Yuriko. Go ahead and now play good Magic and beat us. But not a good idea to go, hey, here's Inala, which has a like 20-part win line using Spellseeker and like 50 tutors. Not so much a deck that you can pick up and play. So we need a good selection of decks. Right, yeah, like Sisei, where you need to be thinking about every target that you have in the deck at all times. Not Atali. I think Atali is fine. However, I am pretty sure that one of the guests will be bringing an Atali deck. Yeah, people do like Glarb. Atali requires much format knowledge too. I mean, I would say not as much as, not more than average, because like obviously every deck benefits from format knowledge, but Atali just kind of goes, okay, I try to make 7 mana as fast as possible, and now I hope that the cards that I flip allow me to win the game. Like, yeah, you run into some trouble when like you have to tutor out of opponent's deck, or you hit tutors off opponent's decks and stuff, but like, yeah. You need to think about cards in every other deck. Yeah, but not all at the same time. You just need to think about, okay, what did I hit? But yeah, certainly the Sephiroth list will be making an appearance. I do think I'm going to make an adjustment to this list, though. I think I'm cutting Gate to Phyrexia for Null Rod. Because I'm only running 8 artifacts, not counting the Null Rod. So this really doesn't hurt me that much. It also doesn't do anything to Jet Medallion. So really, like 7 artifacts. Oh yeah, I need to add the Volrath Stronghold in. I think I was happy with all of these land choices. Realm of Co may be Realm of Cope. Because this cannot be your first land. And it's still like, I don't know that the rate is quite worth it. And then I do think I want to try out VATS in this. I just don't know what I cut for it. Kinnan, yeah. Well, I think we are. I think we run Kinnan. I think that's one that we'll probably play. Because you know, like top 5 meta deck. I think we try and put like a Timnacrom together. Although I don't know, is that like has that crossed the barrier of like people have seen this too much? They don't care to see it anymore. Is that the most? Yeah, because we want to balance it between like this. It should not be an unrealistic pod. Like we don't want 4 fringe or like experimental decks. So we want a mix of meta decks and some interesting brews like the Sephiroth deck. But Blue Farm might be past the point of people just you've seen it a million times because it's the most popular deck in the format. And the more opportunities I have to not have to edit a Ristic study on the table, the better. Also, Cecil, you said cut a land. I don't think this deck can afford to do it. Because it really wants to be spending all of its mana every turn. And it does not have a lot of options for mana. I think I found that missing a land drop in this deck is pretty brutal. Ral, ooh. Ideas for Glarb and Calgard bad? No, 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 no. I think Glarb is a great one, and I think that's kind of like a fan favorite too. We're all just, you know, we're throwing out ideas, and then we'll look up some lists. I don't think I don't know enough about Calgar to say. Rocco's tough. Rocco's tough because it's, you know, all tutors. It's like tutor in the command zone, but it's interesting because it's a non-blue deck that is still that can still hang. What do you know? Do you know what the main line for Rocco is? Like, is it generally using Rocco to do one thing, or Winota? I think is a great idea. Rocco's food chain. So is it just tutoring for food chain, like pieces? What am I cutting here? All right. I'm gonna. Why Decree of Pain? Because -2 to the board kills a lot of stuff that is important, and you're not casting this for 8 mana. You're using the cycling ability, and because it's a trigger and not a spell, not many things can stop this. Wouldn't Deluge make more sense at that point? Nope, because it's a spell. Spell countered. This also allows me to do it at instant speed. It also replaces itself with the card draw. I've liked this a lot more. I'm gonna trust Cecil, and I'm gonna remove one land, and then I will address. Let's see. Things are tight tax season, all good, man. Pick my brain on a concept. Yeah. Toss it out there. Yeah, Jarvis, look at this deck list. Tell me how many of these cards you've seen in a CEDH deck, period. But yeah, the Decree of Pain is certainly a more like a spicier include. But I think all of the upsides on this are pretty strong. All right, let's see. Ishin with on attack punishers, benefits, and blessings to your opponents if they are attacking your other opponents. Ooh, that's fun. More if you're running a board wipe, it's typically Deluge. Yeah, that's true. But that's the thing is like this deck is mostly it's like kind of board wipe the deck is just continuously edicting. So I don't need a Toxic Deluge, but what I do need is an instant speed, don't lose a card, almost uncounterable version. Innocent Blood's fine, but like the effect being a creature is much stronger because then it's a full 4 creatures being sacrificed for 1 card. With Innocent Blood, I have to have a body on the board already that's not Sephiroth. But yeah, yeah, Cecil, what came like the angels that care about, what is it? I like this idea. It's like not really group hug, but it's like group encouragement. You're like, hey, well, like you can attack me, but if you attack somebody else, you can get so much stuff from that. I think that's fun. What is the yeah, like the angels that care about stuff attacking. Holding up 5 mana in CDH is a very tall ask. It's surprisingly not. It's a very tall ask if you're like that's why this whole deck is so fascinating, is because it puts the entire pod into situations that you wouldn't expect, like being able to hold up 5 mana. Punish effects also. Yeah, Aurelia the Law Above. That's one. Is it Fire Main? Fire Main Commando. Whenever another player attacks with 2 or more creatures, they draw a card if none of those creatures attacked you. Something like that. Yeah, I like the Aurelia. Goad and force attack effects. And yeah, because now I just talked about this. You have all of those nice goad spells. I mean, like Caltrops. Is this whenever a creature attacks you, its controller loses 1 life? That's funny. Alexios. You know what? Actually, that's probably a fun addition that you can do to that is like Alexios and Slicer and the creatures that you get to pass around, so you know that your opponents have attackers if you weren't already on those. Okay. But we gotta see CEDH. All right. Okay. So I think Kinnan is a good choice. I do have Ian's Mox Field up to see if there was anything interesting. Because it was like we do like a Thrasios deck. We do a Gaia's Cradle something. Hey Claymore. Like Rogthras is pretty popular. I don't think we're gonna do Lumra only because Schultz has a Wandering Minstrel deck, which is 5 color. It's 5 color Lumra. So we'll have the lands deck covered. Winota seems like a good time. Actually, that's the deck we probably can steal from Ian, isn't it? Ral is awesome. It's because Ral is turbo, right? Is this up to date? 18 days ago, sure is. Yeah, because what did this just got like some stuff. Right, Squelcher, Clarion Conqueror. High Noon, dirty in here. Yeah, I think this is a good list. Schultz, what are you booing? Yeah, I feel like this is a good one. Definitely have room for two lands decks. I don't think we do. I don't think we do. All right. Yeah, Winota is one. Um Oh, I'm going to have I think it's this list. I think it's this list. For Elsha. I'm updating a little bit. The Elsha like Discord has decided to go a little bit more turbo, and there was even a little there was a very turbo build of Elsha that performed pretty well at the most recent CEDH event, the Boil. So I will have this one. We'll also have Sephiroth. Yeah. Yeah, this is. Could you do infinite Acererak to win? Is that CEDH viable? Ah, like Acererak as commander? Probably not. Um, I don't know if there's a good shell to use that as a win con. Like, do like a Acererak, a Acererak Aloran. The price tag. I mean, like, yeah, because we got there's a twister in here. This time twister makes up half of that price. And then we have each of the duels. It's a There's a diamond in here. Crick. I mean, I don't. Does Crick run it? Also, Crick is bad. Crick is bad. Like, Crick is probably still the most viable mono black CEDH deck. Maybe Yawgmoth, but they just can't hang. However, this guy with his draft commons, he can get the job done. Um, I mean, Crick's playable, certainly playable. Like if someone showing up to a tournament would not be laughed out of the room, but they would also like probably be low on the threat list. I would be very surprised if that person like made the top cut. Like they would garner more respect than somebody bringing Sephiroth. Look at Super Shredder. I have. It doesn't need it. Pretty much everything here either needs to create multiple bodies or make Sephiroth flip. More than someone playing Pantlaza. Pantlaza also, like, it works. I would still be like very surprised if a Pantlaza player made the top cut, but the commander does a lot of stuff. Okay, so we have the Winota deck. Let's find. Yeah, like a good Kinnan list. You were trying to make a joke. Since you know what's especially funny is that when I did that very first tournament back a couple of years, last year, I don't remember. I think it was just last year. But one of the players I think was lost, but they had the Pantlaza precon. If they had made upgrades, I did not see them. All right, here's the Zen Kinnan list is probably the best one right now. Yeah, because right now I've only got these sorted by like most views, so that only does so much. Is Zen the builder? Like a team? Zen? There's not even a primer? Free? Okay. Oh, Freedom Waffle. Okay, okay. Okay. So this is just trying to... Yeah, this is nice. This seems pretty straightforward too. Yeah, I was like, oh no, no Badger Mole Cub. I was like, oh right, I guess your Badger Mole Cub is canon. I'm just like going through the deck to see if I can pick out anything that I'm like, I don't understand why this is here. And I think you can just look at this deck and get it. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, dog boy, was it this list? All right, cool. Yeah, I think this is a great choice. It's a great choice. All right, I want to take a peek at this primer. This, I get. Hold on, not that one, because we can't. It does not copy the primer. Okay, there we go. Primer. No bad cards except endurance. I just want to see if there's anything in here that like I would not be able to explain at a glance if I don't end up playing it. That's fair. That's fair. That's a fair assessment. That's why this has been such an interesting experiment because it's so contrary to my usual play style. Yeah, right. Yep, Hullbreaker Horror. Sure. This combo you need to like got you what else do you do to make sure that you're not okay, so you're just sure. Yikes. Okay, so these are the lines that would be a little trickier. Is the Cephaly Coliseum shit. Okay. Bribery? That's funny. Twin shot sniper. What's running twin shot sniper? I don't know. Okay, anyway, this is... Yeah, this is fine. Okay, great, 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 great. All right, we have... We have a Kinnan. We have a Winota. We have Schultz's Wandering Minstrel. We have my Elsha. Maybe we like grab one more. Magda wins with twin shot. There it is. I should have known. Hey, a weird red card that seems out of place. Huh. Because then I think Nurgle would feel totally fine piloting Winota, Kinnan, Sephiroth. And then that leaves me I could play those, I could play Elsha. Okay. Maybe I was like, what was that? There's like a noise outside. It's hail. Don't really have a turbo deck. That's true. That is true. What is that's the difficult part. Oh wait, I don't think we'll need one because our guests will be bringing some, because you have a Tali, which is turbo. Terra is turbo, right? I think they have a Rogsai. Because the main thing is they just have to. It has to be a deck that can be reasonably piloted without intimate knowledge of the deck. So yeah, we should have turbo covered. Is there anything we don't have? Do we do like Tivit control or something? Slicer. I mean, it's what? It's like Alexios now, right? Is that that's the better one? Rogthras? Yeah, I think it is maybe a little weird that we don't have a Thrasios deck. Dargo Timna. It's funny. I've been no Timna. True. So then do we just do Timna Thrasios? Yeah, we have not done Blue Farm, and we might just not because the deck is. I think it's played enough where people are not. It's not going to be a big draw for anybody that just wants to see CEDH. And also, that's one of the bigger culprits for the game going long. Like, it's also maybe we can just do another weird one. All right, here I'm going to show you all some thoughts that have existed in my head. Yeah, I don't think we would do Timnathras. I think we would either do Rogthras or we would do Blue Farm. But if we could maybe do a different a weird one. I've been trying to work on Golbez. Because I'm trying to find a vehicle for this card. No Agate Crossroads. The deck is cool, but I don't know that it's. I don't know. I don't know that it's interesting for content, but maybe. Yeah, Rog Shy. We do have we have a Jeskai deck already with Elsha. And like Rog Ishai would be a better representation of decks that are being played currently, but Elsha is a deck that I personally am much more experienced with, so I can play better. Yeah, I've been trying to find a vehicle for Ugin's Binding. What this card can do is absurd. And it feels like you should be able to make it happen relatively easily. Like, this is a free Cyclonic Rift that is much harder to counter. But as it turns out, it is a little more difficult than I thought. Because my initial thinking was, okay, Affinity. Oh, Kuro, it's right here. We'll get to that. It is, you can play a 7 mana colorless spell with Affinity, Mirror Forcer, Sojourner's Companion, and you get one more if you add red to the deck. Also, Null Drifter is a cute way to cheat it because you can evoke it and the spell mana value is still 7. It's not unreasonable for Capitoline Triad to be free, and Emrakul does also work. But I've struggled to get this deck to do what I want to do. Because in theory, it should be able to look at a ton of cards whenever an artifact you control enters you Surveil 1, and just play a bunch of artifacts. Problem with the plan is that Ugin's Binding doesn't win, but it does. Like, it is not the game ends now, but it is the game is over. I think of it in the same way as like, okay, copying Ristic Study 3 times doesn't win the game, but it does. Because like the deck is able to win via like top Forge or Thassa's Oracle, or what was the other thing? Infinite Mana, Ballista. Ristic draws you many cards. Ugin Binding does not. Yeah, but I think resetting the board should win you the game in the same way that drawing a million cards also wins you the game. But even in the world, let's pretend that Ugin's Binding actually reads win the game. It's still proving more difficult than I thought to be able to reliably set it up. So I don't think that this deck is ready. I keep looking back at this guy hoping that there's new stuff for it, but there just has not quite been enough. It's very easy for Redshift to go infinite, but like the payoff that's built in is just put your hand onto the table, which you should be able to do with infinite mana anyway. The deck just like has really only gotten Hexing Squelcher and Formidable Speaker, like Cub. Yeah, and Guac and Marshmallow Pizza. What is your question mark for, Crow? Because like I don't know, there's just the deck feels like it's so close to being something. Because like look at this. Turn 1. You go Tarn for your Taiga. Actually you don't even play this halfling. You play a Mox Diamond, you pitch Urza Saga, you cast Redshift. Next turn, you could tutor out your upkeep for, because we're missing now. Oh, the stream froze. Okay. Because what we have Reckless Charge. We just need one more piece. Magus is not bad here. Let's try and find like Cradle. Do like 2 for Survival of Fittest. Activate Redshift for green. Here is discard Halfling. Is this Find Elvish Spirit Guide? Maybe. Use the other green. Or, yeah, to pitch Magus. Search for something else. Oh, Goblin Engineer. There we go. What are we doing? I'm trying to decide on a final CEDH deck to prepare for the show to be played on Decked Out. And right now I'm playtesting this Redshift deck that I really like, but it just doesn't quite have enough to be reasonable. Selvala? I don't know. So this is turn 3. If we can't win on this turn, then the deck sucks. So what we want, Stomping Ground. Because you can go Engineer, search for, I think the most efficient one is Umbral Mantle. Right, so that goes to the graveyard. Let's say, so these are tapped. Or actually, we'll just exile the Spirit Guide. Because here you can go charge the Engineer, activate, sack Diamond, bring back Mantle, equip for 0. But we're a mana short. Missing that land drop was brutal. Yeah, Raph and Mikey, the deck that looks like a bracket 4 deck that just somehow gets there. I think it's very interesting. But I think the idea here is that we have a mishmash of decks that we can just kind of shuffle and go like, all right, pick 4 at random. Cool. That makes for a pod where most people can play. We do the thing. And one of them is Atali, so we won't have to worry about that. Here's Kamena. I think this is CEDH viable commander. I just have I think it has a lot going for me, or going for it. Asked to look at Selvala. I think Selvala is too far out of. It's too far out of meta, and I think it's a little more complicated. I think this deck gets to run a lot of good cards. I think the advantages that it has are ones that are not terribly like easy to interact with. Like you have the dream of Deeproot Pilgrimage. So now every merfolk that you're tapping produces another merfolk body. Combined with Vodalian Hexcatcher gives you a lot of power to counter stuff. And like it just so happens that hey, a lot of good creatures are merfolk. This also allows you to play like Harbinger of the Seas. Yeah, like I think Yuriko is pretty reasonable. But I think the big thing is like, do we have a Is there like a glaring archetype that's missing? That's what are the 1-drops doing? Being 1-drops. Any Enchantress in CEDH? I don't know. What is this song? Yeah, the 1-drops are being 1-drops. That's it. Like Curse Catcher is pretty relevant. Also Tide Shaper turns off Gaia's Cradle. Turbo and mid-range. Control is viable. It's a little weaker with a more of an upswing back to turbo. But like a Tivit or like a Kenrith. People do like Obnixilis. I do think we're missing a Cradle deck. Kinnan, I guess, is a Cradle deck. Okay, so then I'm okay not doing, yeah. We have a Breach deck. I guess we don't have a Necro one. Oh, well, somebody's bringing Rogsai. Yeah. I think this deck does look cool. It's just like I'm trying to figure out what the real win con is. Like you can do infinite turns Wander Wine Prophets. Rowan. Rowan is cool. Rowan is cool. Yeah. Like it probably is not going to be this Commander deck, but I do want to point out that this has got a lot more heat than people would expect. Yeah, so Pilgrimage by itself is good. Also, if you have any 2 things that untap, then that's infinite Merfolk. Deck goes kind of crazy with like a Cryptolithrite or Enduring Vitality. Do I think the new Prepare cards are playable in CEDH? Absolutely not. I think they are barely playable in high power. I think they're all pretty bad. I think they're all pretty low power. I think the cards are cool as hell, but yeah, I think there's just like this is a resource that I think players are not going to have a lot they can do about other than like Bowmasters. Like small bodies on board and you're just using them to tap. Inala is a cool deck that we'll absolutely not have on the show. Nobody got time to learn all that. So like, this is a project that I'm slowly working on, but I don't think this is the call. What else did I have? Oh yeah. This is also not the call, but I'm really fascinated to see if I can make this work. And then this might be the Ugin's Binding deck, but I don't know. I think this is a strange angle that is very strong, but I clearly have not put that much thought into it. Okay. Look, if Cabbage Merchant, if I'm gonna play a mono green deck, I'm playing Professor Hojo. Yeah, and Ivan, I didn't get to clarify this before, but I the game plan of Selvala is fairly simple, but I think it requires a lot of a pilot to be able to navigate a game with those colors and those tools, as opposed to going, hey, here's a deck with a win the game combo and some counter spells. Go. And your average skilled Magic player, like skilled, like they know how the game works, can pile, like the floor for that deck is pretty high. But I think it is very hard to pilot Selesnya. And me and Nurgle are not the most experienced CEDH pilots, but we still want to make sure that the games that we produce are entertaining and interesting. Yeah. Hmm. Um. Weasel, appreciate it. We put a lot of work into making sure that they are. A lot of shows will just go, all right, get 4 people, everybody bring a deck, show up, play. And sometimes the games are good, sometimes the games are not good. We put a lot of work in behind the scenes to make sure that the games are good every time. 60% of the time. Every time. I appreciate that, Weasel King. Okay. Flubs. Flubs. So let's see. Kinnan, Winota, Elsha, Sephiroth. That's what we've got on our end so far. I know we'll have from the guests Atali, Tara, Rogsai, and some others. So oh, and then we have Schultz's minstrel. We might just be good there. I think the last slot would be like either some new hotness, so something like Raph and Mikey, or uh, or something weird and experimental. But I think the Sephiroth, we don't want more than one weird experimental deck. Played a Gwenum deck? I have not, but I played against a Gwenum deck. It feels like that's a deck that's so volatile. The next videos would be CEDH focused. You will definitely see more CEDH on the channel. But they'll be mixed in. And they'll still be our style of like making sure everybody knows what's going on. Having a good time. Okay. Well, then maybe 5-hour bracket 1 game. I think we did it. I think it was like it was one of the first episodes. It's not big flips. One of the first episodes, or we did Rule 0. You can't lose from your life total going to 0 or below. And that game took forever. Even though the decks were built to take advantage of it. It was just like we knew a lot less about how to make games entertaining at that point. And that one was a ambitious swing and a miss, I think. All right. So yeah, let me copy this because this is the list that we'll be using. Yeah, the April Fool's Scryfall is incredible. They did such a good job with this. We got that. We got that. What was he? Oh, right. Okay. I'm looking at, because I know I needed at least 4. And I think we got the 4. Winota, Kinnan, Elsha, Sephiroth. Schultz's deck. It's tricky because Kuro, what you're saying, Doomwake Giant is like so it's just an auto include for those types of decks, but that's it's always a nice like check to be like, oh, wait, do any of these staples actually not make sense here? Mald is also going to play, like, in the CEDH? Because that sounds like an interesting time. Okay. All right. In that case, then yeah, I'm not building and I'm not choosing any more lists. I assume he has said I'm the only turtle list that it could. Well, no, there's two turtle lists that are doing well right now. There's the Raph and Mikey list, and then there's Leonardo the Balance and Mikey partners. I want to say that deck got like that deck did top four. He's doing Raph and Mikey. Of course he is. Hmm. Oh, Nerd Girl, does that mean if he's swapping in for you, does that mean we are not using Schultz? We're using him too? Okay, cool. Well, I think we will have 4 decks in unless you feel like we need more, because we'll have Sephiroth, we'll have my Elsha, we will have a Kinnan list and a Winota list. And I think both of those lists are decks that we all could pilot. Yes, and then Raph and Mikey, and then Schultz is Wandering Minstrel. So we'll have 6 different decks, and we have to build it. Yeah, so make sure he gets that list to us soon, and we know that he's very good at being prompt on things. Yeah, I think for sure we're fine to reuse some, because it also means that different players can pilot them. Like, you will definitely play some of these decks differently from how I would play them. We can also borrow some from our guests. I assume. Great. Okay, then I will not pick any more CEDH decks. And I'll get to work on pulling the stuff for the 2 lists that I put into the chat or into our Discord. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I just you have a better idea for sure of how many games we'll be playing. I have no idea. Okay, cool. Well, then my brain is in kind of CEDH land right now. Should we brew something? Witherbloom? I don't actually think that Witherbloom quite has enough. I think Witherbloom is a CEDH trap. What do I think of Mono Blue Urza? Draw and hand hate? I mean, I think you could do Mono Blue Urza Goblins and the deck would be busted. Token game is high priority. All right, cool. Let's do those. I have an idea of what I want to do. Roll with those next week. Yeah, I think we can do that. Okay, chat. Here's what we're doing. We're building a pod in high power, which we never play. The deck that we are matching to is a foods deck. It's not the only thing the deck does, but foods are involved pretty heavily. So I would like to make a deck that is high power, that is based around treasures, a deck that is high power based around clues, and a deck that is high power that is based around one other type of non-creature token. I wonder, do we have any new stuff? Oh, Elevere. Yeah, because I don't think we ever played Elevere aside from in the pre-con way back when. That would be interesting. Or Gil Wayne. We do love Lil Wayne here. Two detectives from Doctor Who. Yeah, I mean, we definitely are gonna be building some of the dragons for sure, but this is one that I know that we have to do because Nerd Girl just said it. What are... Oh wait, is this... That's the... What are the new... What? Oh, this... All right, you're new, but you do not do tokens. Ooh, Brutaclad? Madame Bastra and Jenny Flint. Do we think we could make Madame Bastra and Jenny Flint brackets 4? Hello, Lumberjack. We are trying to decide on what to build right now. It has to be a bracket 4, either built around treasures, built around clues, or built around another type of non-creature token that is not food. Is there any new? Because I feel like treasure will be easy. Must be a new card. Does not have to be a new card. I was just checking to see if there were any new cards that work with that, but it doesn't seem like it. Yeah. Let's start with clues, because I feel like clues are a little trickier to make high power. Tameo would be good. Does that just make it blood tokens? What do you mean? Oh. Oh, you know what? I had been doing some early scouting because I know that because the food deck is Rocco and that is Naya. So I was like, okay, for sure we're gonna need blue and black. Is there a good like blue and black commander that I was looking for? I think that an interesting possible high power commander that I don't see people play is Eloise. But Simic does get a lot of really good tools for clues. Because I think Treasures is easy. Treasures will be red and something. Clues, Treasures, Bloods, Foods, and Bloods. Yeah, I mean, but Bloods can be something different. Somebody mentioned Elevere earlier and was like, oh, that actually would be, that's a cool way to do it. Elevere or Gilwain. Like, you could totally do Bloods, but I think either of those. Yeah, clues. Do we just do Lannis or Tameo? And have we done those before? Let's see. Yeah. No, these are definitely bracket 4 decks. Yeah, I'm leaning more towards Tameo because then we can run like Lanniston at 99. Tameo is pretty interesting. It's like clues involved, but it doesn't have to be the whole game plan. And I really wanted to use Mutagen Man in the clues deck, so let's do that. Yeah, and also because we don't play high like bracket 4 very often. But Tamio, I definitely want to be like doing a huge thing with the alt, but I feel like that's hard to do in more casual tables. So I like this idea. What about Talion? But what does that have to do with our tokens? Second Wendy on Nico. Nico's cool, but I think you struggle a lot more to put that into bracket 4. I think this one is I'm not worried about being underpowered for this. Let's see. Gotta remember to plug this mouse in after this. It's losing juice. Yeah, Elevir is very strong. I think I'd have to take a look at Gilwain to figure out if I can make it bracket 4, if that's the direction that we're going. All right, first of all, Lannis. Probably this Lannis. Mutagen Man. What's his face? Forensic Gadgeteer. Yeah, this guy's real good. Ooh, wait. What if it was Mutagen Man? I don't know. Maybe I'm cooking too much. Maybe can you do bracket 4 Mutagen Man? Academy Manufactor? I mean, I feel like we have to, right? Is the pod just oops all Academy Manufactors? I think you have to, right? We're playing bracket 4. It just means all the other 3 decks probably have this. There's a Rule 0 companion. Good God. All right. Okay. So now let's. So what is it's a win more? I disagree. It can be a win more, but I think this card being only 3 mana, the things that it enables are not possible with other cards. All right. So what is our I hope this is just the mouse and not Oh yeah. Yeah, Satan, I agree with that. Yeah, okay. So what's our angle for this? Do I lean in hardcore on the clue like that what we're doing, or are we just like clue support but we doing the Tamiya thing? Run Emrakul. How much do we need to alt 7? This is like, this deck will not run out of cards for sure. How much do we rely on clues for things? Okay. Yeah, I like the idea. So our Tamio deck is gonna run like a lot of interaction, and it's okay playing 1-for-1 interaction because it draws very many cards, and it'll have the option to win by going, hey, draw my deck Thassa's Oracle or something. April O'Neil. Which one? This one? I assume. Probably. Okay, yeah, so let's this might be a Nugan's Binding deck. That's possible. Yikes, man. All right, so Tamio late game. Erdwall Illuminator, I don't think I want it. I think it's not good enough. Because here is, let me bring up the deck list, which I have somewhere definitely. Let me check. Yeah, here we go. Okay. This is what we're matching to. Because one of the things that I don't like about bracket 4 is that the range of it is really wide. So like we don't necessarily jam in every piece of fast mana, because this one is not running any of them, but it is running a lot of tutors. Yeah, so like we're not on fast mana in this deck. but I think we could definitely we're definitely justified in running some counter spells. The Mechanist, yeah, I like the Mechanist. Psych Rift. Psych Rift is a funny one because we typically don't play Psych Rift on the channel. One, because it's a game changer. But even before that, what it does to a game is not good for entertainment. Because that player probably wins if they resolve their Cyclonic Rift, but they don't win immediately. They then have to, like, we just have to watch three players rebuild knowing that they can't win while one player tries to assemble their win. So it's not, it's a must have for if you're building this deck and going out into the wild, but not necessarily a must have for the show. How much bracket 4 you want to do it? Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I just think it's really hard to balance bracket 4. Bracket 4 ranges from I have 4 game changers to this is fringe CEDH, and I think that's so wide. So we are balancing to lots of good cards, not really doing fast mana. We're okay with some pretty egregious lockouts. So maybe the Psych Rift is okay. Oh, Spirit Water Revival. I like that. That suggestion, because that's also just as a cool card. I want Jaheira. Tapping our tokens for green and then sacrificing them seems pretty great. Okay, so yeah, I think we are good for like a Fierce Guardianship here. Because, like, if we look at this bracket 4 is, like, honestly doing pretty fair Magic. It's just, it really wants to grab some particular pieces. So this is like a mid-level bracket 4. Sylvan Library. I think Sylvan Library is a card for decks that struggle to draw cards. Because we only need to trigger this once. This seems like a deck that plays Seaborn Muse. Okay, so we're doing... We're like control, yeah? We're aiming for the late game. Junkwinder is busted. Get a little Wanchi Tong action in there. But we probably like we'll have so many cards in hand. Our mana is going to be the choke point, so anything we can do for free, pretty good. What our removal is like Pongify Rapid Hybridization. Psychosis card might be a little slow for this. Oko. I don't know though. It's not fair. It makes foods. This is not the food deck. That might be nitpicking too much. Are we aiming to alt Tamio as fast as possible? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think we definitely want to alt Tamio. But Brids, yikes. But I don't think we're like trying to turbo flip. I think I'm not gonna run the proliferate stuff since our deck is more clue based, and those would only be in there for Tamio. But yeah, we want yeah, we all know Mana Drain is a good card, but Mana Drain particularly nice here because you can just sink all of that mana into your clues at the worst. All the forces? You mean like the two more? Probably. We just have to like look at this and be like, okay, how much can you fight against that? You have like a SWAT, a Tybalt's Trickery. This pot is high powered, yeah. Farewell is staring us in the face. Yeah, but that doesn't do anything. Yeah, like that's just another thing that gets countered. Like we probably end up with more of those free counters in here. I just want to I want to be careful about the balance. Cabbage Merchant makes food. Cabbage Merchant is he's for the food deck. Because that's another like it's a funky thing about building for entertainment is like, would you put the Cabbage Merchant in this deck normally? Absolutely, but we want to have as diverse a board as possible. So we're not putting it in this deck because one of the other decks already has it. Chatterfang, illegal. I saw the second harvest comment. I'm trying to decide if that's enough, if like that works for this. Oh, we get to run Obscuring Haze here. Underrated because it's the worst in the cycle, but the cycle's still really good. Yeah, Dogboy, what are you thinking? Let's see. Just toss some staples in here. Camball? No. No, are you kidding? That deck would have such an absurd advantage in this pod. It's very funny. But not a good idea. Sai, I don't know that we're casting artifacts. What are our good, like, board wipe options? But it makes Thopter tokens? Yeah, but I don't know that we want those either. I think I'd rather want something like, yeah, I don't know. How about Renmaw? Focus on this one. Focus on this one. Like, what are we... Yeah, that's true. I like the Frantic Search because that gives us some flexibility. Oversimplify usable? Probably. It's nice that it exiles everything. Bloodroot, no. So this is another thing. We can't metagame against the other decks in the pod. Because that Bloodroot Apothecary shuts down all of the other decks that are trying to sacrifice artifacts, which is like a good move, but does not. We can't tech against the decks we know will be in the pod. Ooh, we get to use the Enigma Jewel. That's free clue mana, and later on, hopefully, it turns into something super nuts. Ooh, I probably end up cutting this, but I want to put it in the list for now. Because I think Radiant Lotus even though it was obscenely overhyped, is still a really cool card. No Tameo's Journal. Do we want it? Like, I think the card is overcosted at this point, but how do you not run it in this deck, right? Profts is good, but I don't know that it is. It leans into the strategy that we're looking for. Alondra seems good here. Emerald's Messenger seems very good here. Homunculus Horde. Oh, we can Krang. We can Krang. I'm going to put this in the deck. We might not have enough triggers for it, but yeah, because like we're not necessarily optimizing everything. I'll make some exceptions for cards that are just like, ah, man, that's just so this deck, right? And I think Tameo's Journal is one of those cards. Ooh, I think On the Trail is very good for this. Probably Min. Maybe this is less control and more like constantly drawing cards. Oh, Joel Rail also seems really strong here. I think this is like less pure control and more like I'm going to grind value by drawing cards here and there. And then I'm going to use his resources to get to the late game. Oh, yes. I like Sarenth here. Want to play stacks for the advantage of Planeswalker tactics? I don't think so. I don't think that we need to. I think this is a good avenue for this deck. In too deep, be too flavorful. I think it's okay, but I think that card is not good, right? Actually, you know what? It's funny. I'll keep it. It's very playable, and it's funny. Oh, oh, oh. Teferi's talent. When you draw a card, put a loyalty counter on Enchanted Planeswalker. So I think the way that we want to win, considering the cards that we've done so far, are we've built a board of creatures that can swing in, which does mean that I think we go with like a Rise and Shine or Cyberdrive Awakener or something like that. There is the clue one. Tangle Kelp. Or no, Tangle isn't it? I thought it was Tangle. What is it's definitely Kelp. Tangle Trove Kelp. There we go. Clues become 6/6s. And then I think we do have the option though for like try to draw the whole deck. But then we have to I think we would then have to have like a draw doubler, which we might want to run anyway. Like Teferi's Ageless Insight. Because the draw doubler on Tamiyo's Minus gives you your entire library. Doppelganger? Possibly. I don't know that I don't know that we'd be making a ton of mana consistently. There's the card made for Planeswalker. That is very descriptive. I know exactly what card you're talking about. Yeah, I do think that's a reasonable critique that we may not have the volume of clues that we need. Yeah. I like this. Also, the +1 lets you flip Tamiyo. Ickermoon. Ickermoon Gauntlet. You have Proliferate and you have Take an Extra Turn. And then you... Okay. reasonable. I might not make, but because like the only synergy I guess it has is with Tamio, but I did just put in Teferi's talent, which is kind of the same thing. Midnight Clock. I think Midnight Clock is fine, but this is a deck that will not struggle to draw cards and may, in fact, not want to shuffle its hand away by the time the clock goes off. Okay, I think this is what I'm leaning towards. This is a deck that is focused on the card draw aspect. Clues are one avenue in which it can do that, but it is not using them to win the game. So these like second draw effects are good. And it's I think we can add some more planeswalkers in, and then that gives this sort of that like more of a grind where it's like not true control, but it is putting stuff in the way. It should be good at getting to the end game where we can flip and draw. Yeah, Profts likes you to draw a bunch of cards on your turn, each turn, and I think this is going to draw a few cards on every turn. Oh, we almost forgot. Probably should run Brainstorm here. Probably should run the card that flips this automatically. Are we on Ristic? No, and that is a show preference. I will try to avoid Ristic as much as I can, even in bracket 4, because it sucks to edit and makes a game really boring. Fish I can be on board with. Because that only sticks around for so long. And I think Mystic Remora draws a bunch cards very differently from bracket 4 to bracket 5. So that works for me. Yeah, one ring is a game changer that makes sense for this deck. Protects us, draws many cards. I think we do want Thessa's Oracle. I think then it means we do want Jace. Oh, you know what? Consecrated Sphinx is a good game changer for this. Yeah, I think we don't need. I think that we have a lot of stuff that will be making creatures that gets in the way. Nezahal. Watcher is a awesome card and not very good. I really like Watcher, but I don't think that's it. Um How about a little wistfulness action? Man, that price has dropped. Yeah, I do think we'll be running Soul Ring and Arcane Signet. Yeah. Don't have a clue. Ah. But yeah, no, please continue to make suggestions. I am very picky about my deck building. And so I think, like, the majority of what you all will suggest total, I will shoot down. But, like, this really helps you all when you all suggest stuff. More instant speed or interaction? I agree. We could definitely use some more interaction. We've not really filled out that part of the thing. He said not adding more interaction. See, what good interaction do we want for this deck? Swan Song and Offer. This is so we this is very interesting because Offer you can't refuse. Great counterspell. Weird in the pod of decks that want to make tokens. And then Swan Song, we're probably cool with, because I was gonna say you don't necessarily want to give a flyer to your opponents in your Planeswalker commander deck, but I think we have enough. I'm good with Swan Song. Glen Alendra, bleh. Anti-counterspell, I don't know that we'll need it because one of the decks we know has no counterspells. One of the other decks is Treasures, which like might have blue but might not have blue. I think those are cards you would include if you were taking it out into the wild. Yeah, every counterspell is anti-counterspell. It's very true. It's just like deciding which ones, I think, is the tricky part, right? Yeah. Oh, I got the Sink into Stupor. That's a good one. I like desynchronization. We have a lot of historic permanents here. Gush is actually crazy in this deck. Actually, yeah. I'm on board with Gush. Also, can you like Gush with On the Trail on board? You go, great, I'll bounce an island and cast Gush for free, draw my second card, put this island back on the board tapped. That's pretty good. We know what decks it's gonna fight. Yes, we do. We know it. One of them is this Rocco Street Chef deck, and then the other two will be built by us. That will be token centered. One is a treasure deck, and one is undecided, but a non-creature token base. Snap is okay. Wistfulness for the evoke for interaction. Yes, that is in there because it does kind of everything. If you evoke green, interaction. If you evoke blue, flip Tameo. Also, big body can do both. Yeah, we need the Alhammerit's archive for the other draw doubler. Man, I wish I had that version. That's cool. Force of Will and yeah, I think I'm good with at least one more of those for this. Um Commandeer is big and flashy. I think I'm also gonna do an offer you can't refuse because it's just like interesting deciding to what you decide to cast this on, especially with the other decks at the table. Yeah, Besage you and Ottawa for sure. Oh boy. Hello, Lara Dreaming. Nice emote you got there. We're at 64 cards. We're going to have to adjust this for sure. Yeah, let me see. Let me take a look at some of the cards that I was adding beforehand before we had our real direction for the deck. Like Lannis, I don't think you work here. He doesn't even work here. Actually, Urza probably doesn't work here. which is weird, but I guess that means we can put it in a different deck. Krang feels... how many? This is when a player draws, so it triggers, it doubles Messenger, Mastermind, Joe Rail. Min. Alondra. Investigator. All right, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Krang and Ethereal Investigator both seem bad. Yeah, but they're cool. I think they're certainly cuttable, but I want to keep them because they're interesting. All right, yeah, let's fill this sucker up with some lands. Oh man, my mouse is struggling. This is definitely running out of. All right, we're ready. Time to brain blast. Can I build this as fast as Breeding Paul? No. Pool, Hinterland Harbor, Willow Rush. I'm definitely missing. We want the Otawara. We want the, oops. Ottawa. No, wrong place. Odawara. Boseju. Rejuvenating Springs. Ba-bang. We cutting, or could 20 Toad be a win? I'm a big fan of 20 Toad because it's ridiculous, and it's like the perfect sweet spot of ridiculous but doable. I got the Verge one. Like, I run 20 Toad and Danny Pink, and does the deck need that? No, it's one of the worst cards in there. But do I try specifically to win with it because it's called 20 Toad? Yeah. Triskaidekaphile. I feel like that one is actually harder to win with. I think that's actually worse. Because it's not an instant win on a flip, right? Because we don't have control over how many cards we're drawing. Because Triskaidekaphile needs exactly 13 cards in your hand, not more than 13. Do we need Reliquary Tower? Oh, probably, yeah. Probably, yeah. We probably need a Thought Vessel. Go. Talon Gates. Card's good. Oh, Archway of Innovation is probably fine here. It's going to be not incredible, but I think we're okay with that. Young Turkey, I'm sorry. Look, this is just what we got to build for the pod. We got to build for the show. It's a green storm deck where the player uses Spellbook. Is that card is bad outside of storm focus decks? It's fine. The it's fine. There's like a couple schools of thought on whether you run stuff like that. Um, I tend to think that if your deck is consistently capable of drawing a bunch of cards, go for it. Because even though it makes minimal impact on the board, it's cost you practically nothing. And if cards are the resource that you have an abundance of, yeah. But then the other thought is, how often do you actually need to keep all of those cards in your hand? And like, probably, you probably don't ever. It's just really hard to decide what you keep and what you throw away. And running something like Reliquary Tower just like makes it so you don't have to decide. Urza's Cave. Urza's Cave and Shifting. Do we turn Shifting on in this deck? Like, incidentally, maybe. Instant and sorcery easily get into the yard. And we're pretty spell heavy. Shifting Woodland is like optimal, but I feel like it doesn't do much in this deck. It is. I agree. I think it's another one of those like, hey, if you were just playing this, if you're building this deck in a bubble, then you put it in there. But as far as playing for the show, I'm gonna leave it out, I think. Yeah. Oh, and the Urza's Cave, I think unless we have more targets than Talon Gates, we also leave that out. Because that's another factor for just playing on the show, is that sometimes the players don't get to see the deck until like a little bit before the episode or before we record. And so the tutors make that difficult because you have to have a good knowledge of the deck. And so if I'm including tutors in the deck, I want there to be many hits for it. But if the cave is just second copy of Talon Gates, then even though the deck is like marginally worse because you're doing that, then I don't include it. What are our other MDFCs for this? I think Bridgeworks Battle is probably not great in this deck, but we'll take the removal. Oh no, Island's banned on the show. We don't run Island. Okay. We do have Sanctuary, sure. I think okay. I think you've convinced me with my own argument. We do have Reliquary Tower, we have Archway. We have enough utility lands that we could run it. Mm-hmm. Oh, Hydroelectric Specimen. Oh, and Disciple. What am I doing? I'm totally forgetting the good MDFCs. Um, do we run a Simic Growth Chamber here just for Talon Gates, Otawara, Boseiju? Also gets the MDFCs back. That is true. Okay. I'm just gonna fill this in with basics for the moment, and give it a little look see. We're so heavy blue, no green. Well, I did not math that well at all. Okay, so that leaves us at 34, 39 lands. That's a good number, I think. Oh, I think April does not make the cut here, right? The mutagens don't do much for us, and we kind of shied away from the... I think I want more draw triggers. Also, the manufactured... Maybe this also doesn't... That feels wrong. Gadgeteer also, we have like no... We're not casting artifacts, but it reduces the... It's in all or none of the decks. I think it should just be in the decks that use it, but this deck might not actually use it. Yeah, because we're at 10 artifacts. I guess 11. Yeah, it definitely is a card draw deck with clues as opposed to a clue deck that draws cards. Uro. Eh. I definitely get the feeling there's like a strong draw trigger that we are missing. Oh, do we run Pure and Toothy? Or just Toothy? I don't know. That actually seems slow for this deck also. Maybe there's not. I don't know. Let's play test this thing. It's at 99 cards, whatever. Only blue mana. Draw like Misty for Breeding Pool for Fish. Let's say we draw a card. I don't imagine there's many in that rotation, but looking at... Oh, we're not playing Fish there. We're playing Tamiyo. And now on this turn, play a land, swing Tamiyo, make a clue, play a Fish. Draw, like, say, a card off of it. Get to our turn. Upkeep. Our spells are 3 mana. I think I just bin this. Draw for turn. Dreamwave Cascade. Well, that sure is convenient. Well, go to combat, make a clue. Then cast Brainstorm. Put 2 lands back on top. Flip Tamiyo. +2. Oh. Rough, though, that we did not draw anything that we can play. We can crack a clue. Ominous Seas, I think the rate for Ominous Seas is too low for high power. But, like, this already seems pretty solid. I think Tamiyo can survive this. Let's try again. No one. Yeah, we go here. Island. Tamiyo. Turn 2. Let's play backside of Bridgeworks, swing Tamiyo, make clue. Hello, Etria. All right, and then from here, we have a lot of really good options. Steel Seeker, On the Trail. We don't have a good source of draw right now, so I think I'd rather put this on the board. Okay, so then we probably would have made that decision ahead of time. So we do that. The clue enters. We look at the top card. We keep the rapid hybridization. We draw. This is bracket 4 nonsense. Yeah. We don't do this very often. I actually think we're kind of cooking here. Okay. I do think that we cut... Where's Ickermoon Gauntlet? Or we put like another Planeswalker in. What other Planeswalkers would we want for this? I don't know that any of the other Tamios are good for this. Because going up Planeswalkers means that we also have more targets for Teferi's Talent. I like Tef Temporal in here. Cruel Captain. What does Cruel Captain grab? Soul Ring, Enigma Jewel. Oh, Radiant Lotus can go. Green Planeswalker to protect the board. Oh, I got an idea. What about Ren and 7? Yeah. Actually, yeah, you're selling me more on the other Tezzeret. It's this one, yeah. Because like there's also a real possibility that we alt this. Yeah. I really want this Krang to work. I just don't know if it does. I do think I sub out this in too deep because I think our interaction has to be instant speed. I think Tezzeret Cruel Captain should go in every deck. It's fine. I think you need your deck to do one other thing that this works with. So like your deck makes a bunch of artifacts. Great, run it. Your deck has good targets for untapping. Great, run it. Your deck has more than just Soul Ring to tutor for. Then you're fine. Like and it's got to be like a good card, not like it gets incidental stuff. Oh, Master of Time is in there. Soul Ring is a good untapped target. Yeah. But more than that. Because I like to assess a card. Hey, if the one thing that it works real well with gets blown up, does it do anything else that's relevant? So like if you have Soul Ring and one other like good rock, then yeah. No Tameo Planeswalker? Which one? Like, what do we want? Ren, are we sure? I like Ren here. Put any the two things that are relevant to me are it makes a tree folk that gets in the way and blocks flying, and also puts all of the lands that you've been drawing onto the battlefield tapped. Completed Sage. So what does this do for the deck? Yeah, I just don't think that any of the other Tamios do what we want. I do think this deck could use a little bit more ramp. Like, what dorks are we running that actually synergize with the rest of the deck? Or is it all like... Yes, we are. Now I know. Now I can connect the names. Yes. Lightcraft, we sure are. I gotta build some messed up stuff to try and beat your Rocco. Yeah, maybe it's not dorks at all. Maybe it's only land stuff. I actually don't hate an explore here. Urza's good ramp. I don't think we have enough artifact stuff to support it. Can you see the commanders? We have not picked them yet. We just know that one of the other ones is going to be a treasure deck. So then we have a treasure deck, or a deck that uses treasures, a deck that uses clues, a deck that uses foods, and then we're going to decide on a fourth type of non-creature permanent. There's been suggestions for blood, for rolls. Kellen. Oh, right. I like the Kellen idea, because this is the same thing, right? It's the adventure can put another land in, you get the investigate. And it's repeatable removal. Pretty good. Wild growth is never bad. Yeah. I think we could also run the Utopia Sprawl. Okay. Trim this down a little bit more. Yeah, I'm sorry, Krang. I just don't know if you make the cut here. I think we need another board wipe too. Lots of big spells. Not that many. I don't want to cut this. Hidden strings. Hidden strings is cool. Maybe I drop this Enigma Jewel because, like, if we have one blue mana on turn 1, we want to play Tameo and not this. And then it enters tapped. So if we play it on turn 2, we're not getting that mana until turn 3. It's really only here for clue stuff. Hidden Strings is kind of gas. Or we're even running... Hidden Strings is in Elsha CEDH. It's a include that I hadn't been running, but yeah. All right, we're at 102. I'm gonna seize. Nope. I don't like it. It doesn't do enough for me. I like I'm gonna seize in bracket 2, bracket 3. Is it turn 2 fish? I don't like squid. I like squid. All right, this hand's fine. This hand's fine. We go draw. Turn 1. Coast. Tameo. Turn 2. Forest. We could 3 visits. I think it depends on what the board looks like at this point, but if it's clear, then I go 3 visits, find a forest island, and then gush to draw 2 more cards and flip Tameo. So this is what turn 2. So like if we were like if we're like first, I'm absolutely doing that. So we go 3 visits. We grab like Hedge Maze. We do our... I think we don't want this. We'll leave it. So that would be our draw, and then we gush, return the Hedge Maze to hand, draw offer, and 1 more card. And then ripping the Commandeer. Okay, all right. This is the kind of yeah, because then we flip this. That's funny. I don't know. I feel like I could do a good budget Tameo cosplay for this. This is very funny. This is very funny. Okay. I need to cut 2 things. I'm pretty happy with how this is turning out. What goes? Building back and forth is fun, yeah. Oh, you removed the token doubler for a haste enabler. I think that's a good idea. And caretaker's talent for Aven Interrupter. Yeah, I love a good Aven Interrupter. I think I gotta leave some of this clue stuff in. Pet card for Rocker's Uva Mask. Yeah, it's evil. Absolutely evil. I guess all of the MDFCs we've added are ones that can come in untapped. So I'm good to cut one more land. All right, so let me do one more playtest. I think this is the list that I'm happy with for now. Because also I will be ending the stream soon. Yeah, this is fine. Draw a card. Bolt in the Soporific Springs, play Tameo. Turn 2. Oh, I was definitely thinking this would come in untapped because of that. That's not right. That's unfortunate. Oop. All right, yeah, let me try that again. This looks fine. All right, so we draw. Island. Tameo. Turn 2. We got a Waterlog Grove. Signet. Or, well, actually, we swing Tameo. We make a clue. We evoke Wistfulness. Draw 2. Discard a card. Flip Tameo. Right. That is why that is there. I think that means... This is a good setup. Then we would draw here, Reliquary Tower, Signet. So this we've plus last turn and plus again. Like we can desync and not touch our board. Oh no, wait, sorry. We played the Arcane Signet this turn. I don't know. I think this looks pretty good. Because, like, yes, I do think you could make a stronger deck by focusing it a little bit more on certain things, but I think this makes for a very interesting and entertaining deck that can hang out with Rocco. Hey, Mark doesn't tweet. Appreciate the raid. Thank you. Hey, Squee. You came in just in time for me to go. I'm ending the stream. Normally, I would be streaming a little bit longer, but today I've got some important business. So thank you, Squee. All right. Well, we'll send you over to our new friend, Xtina. Playing some Arena. Tina on Arena. All right. Thanks, everybody. I will see you all next time for building some more of these decks, I'm sure. Thank you a lot for your recommendations today, especially for the CEDH lineup. But yeah, have a great night, everybody. I will see you soon. Link for the list. No, illegal. We can get it later. Bye.
Oh wow! Oh my god, guys! Check out who it is! It's Decked Out EDH! I was just with Decked Out EDH in the Portland, Vancouver area